You were out of breath when you got on.
I know. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll try that one again. There's a magic button to press, and I hadn't pressed the bloody thing. Okay. Do you have a nice lunch? One or two of you still in there. But right, did you enjoy this morning's match, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah? Yeah, one or two of you have asked me why we got music playing during a match. It is because it is so quiet in here that if there's no other sound, then the slightest movement or chair squeak or anything puts a player off. And if you get just a little bit of music, then it doesn't affect the player so much when somebody opens a bag of sweets. And it's not, you know, I know it sounds funny, but when you're on the mat and you're concentrating on that important shot, the slightest sound disturbs you. And those of you bowlers will know that. So that's why we're playing the music, just to give a little bit of ambient sound. Can't guarantee the taste of the music, but that's why we're doing it. And once again, it's the Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters that these players have played for all year to get here, and two winners from the next 3 days will collect what we call a tour card, and that gives them automatic entry into all of the TV ranking events for the following season. So we're nearly ready because we are streaming this live, ladies and gentlemen. It's being streamed through the internet, and we started this last year. It goes out on YouTube, so anybody with internet can get it. And we actually had an email in from 3 oil rig workers in Alaska on a rig saying they were sitting there watching the bowls. Now that can't be bad, can it? Hey? But it also means, ladies and gentlemen, if you're sitting with the wrong person, now's the time to move. Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go. And let's give a warm welcome. This gentleman's from the south of England. He's got 35 English international caps. Let's welcome Danny Dennison. And up against him from the north of England, he's a British Isles champion, and he's also a former English national champion. Let's welcome Gary Smith. They've played their trial ends, go straight into the match. And I hand you over to commentary with Janice Gower.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters Finals here at Blackpool Newton Hall, Holiday Park. And we're in for a treat of a game this afternoon, I believe. And I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box by one of our WBT umpires and officials, Dan Blewett. Welcome to the commentary box, Dan.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you for the welcome. Nice to be here.
Yeah, interesting game here. Two great exponents of the game. Both qualified many times for WBT events. Both been
Jack length
national
26 metres.
title holders and international players in their time. A real treat in store here, I think.
And of course, Gary won here 2 years ago to win his tour card. So obviously going for a second win here, hopefully.
Yeah, as Richard mentioned in his opening, there's 2 players from this weekend that will receive tour cards into all the WBT televised ranking events for next year. And for these 2, it matters more than anything, because on the current rankings, Gary Smith stands at number 20 and Danny Dennison stands at number 22. That elusive top 16 space is there for grabs for either of them if they could just gain one of these tour cards and get into the events.
And you've only got to look to Mark Dawes from last year, who won one of these events and is now in the top 16.
Yeah, it proved last year how vital winning one of these is. Mark Dawes has managed to get into the quarter-finals of the Scottish and the International Open, which got him into the top 16. It's an interesting game on the cards here. For those of you that like to know what the players are playing with, we've got Gary Smith plays with Henselite Tigers, and I believe Danny, he does swap and bout a bit with his bowls, but today he's playing with Taylor Ace size 3s. Always the opening ends of these sets are a bit nip and tuck, they feel in the way. Great ball there from Gary Smith. In the WBT events we play 2 sets of 9 ends, and if it's all square after the 2 sets we go into a 3-end tie-break, and we've already had the first tie-break of the event this morning. Dan, you were marking that one this morning for us.
Yes, very, very tight game. Craig was unlucky to lose the first set, but that's the way bowls go sometimes. Won the second and then took it to the tie-break. It was quite a good game. Of course, it's different when you're actually on the green as to in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's the first time you're hearing the markers and umpires through your ears rather than you speaking into the microphone.
Very different experience.
You're getting to hear what we get to hear. A great ball again by Gary Smith.
4 green.
Danny's looking down the shotgun of a 4 deficit at the first end. But we know how talented this man from Devon is. Plays at Torquay United.
Certainly room for him to get in there and cut the count down, but not so sure.
Is this reaching?
4 shots, Gary Smith.
That's a great opening end for Gary Smith. One of the most renowned players on the English circuit. Well known, played internationally for many, many years. Very steady, very methodical player. Great player for any new players out there wanting to watch delivery, concentration. This man's got it all.
And the calmness on the green as well. Very calm man out there.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
He's chosen a 26.5 metre jack. That's courtesy of our umpire out there, Francis Fletcher, who's giving us an idea what the lengths are. For the viewers out there, how do you tell us how you work out the length, Dan?
Well, we have various comical answers to that one, but the actual answer is we know the length of the green tee to tee being 31 metres. So wherever the mat is placed, you know how far up that may be from the tee or back from the 23 metre mark, and you count spots. As simple as that. To within the nearest half metre.
There's quite a few of the players that actually do like to know what length the jack is. I've noticed Alex Marshall, MBE, often double checks what the length of a jack is. Obviously these sort of players can play to inches. Danny not looking quite comfortable out there just yet. He's a very flamboyant player.
1 red.
In fact, to some extent these players are exact opposites. You've got the method, the concentration, the lovely delivery technique of Gary Smith, and then you've got the flamboyant mannerisms and just gets on the mat and play of Danny Dennison.
And they both get results. That's the thing, this game is good for that. You don't have to have the exact same technique to get different results. This looks better from Danny if he can be up, I'm not so sure.
short.
It's quite a fast pace out there this morning from the earlier game. The bowls do run quite a bit.
It must be affected out there by the heat, Dan.
Definitely, the heat was building during the morning.
Okay, Gary. Well, that gives Danny a bit of a problem.
Two
really.
green.
I think he's only got the draw on the.
Is a bow short.
Might have helped him decide which hand to draw it off. Mike Davis, our marker out there today.
Very experienced is Mike, been here many, many years.
Very close here. You can tell by the crowd reaction that just slipped past.
2 shots, Gary Smith.
That 2 shots means that Gary Smith takes a 6-0 lead after 2 ends in this first set against Torquay's Danny Dennison.
Yes, good start there by Gary. Obviously full of confidence at the moment. Danny just trying to find his way.
Of course, at this tour card event we don't play under the shot clock, which does give the players a little bit more time to have a breather, but they also have to play
Jack length
here
26.5 metres.
in green and red shirts to match whichever colour bowl they are. If you're top of the draw you're in red, if you're bottom of the draw you're in green, which sort of gives them the chance to acclimatise to that for when they get to the TV stages. And of course at these events we have the World Bowls Tour umpire team. I like to say you're the face of WBT. You're the ones that people see on the TV screens more than you see the likes of us behind the microphones.
Indeed we are.
Hair and makeup, is it, before you go out there?
Or hours,
Sorry, Dan.
hours in the makeup room.
I noticed we've got a bit of background music this time out there. How did you feel that went in the first game? Because that was the first one it had been tried in.
It was okay actually, it was just at the right level. Break up the quietness that we generally get out there, so it's okay.
A bit of the Jackson 5 playing out there at the moment.
We're not at full capacity today, and obviously the crinkling of crisp packets and the like does disturb the players sometimes.
2 red.
Gary's first 2 bowls a bit loose, a bit too far through. Good correction here.
1 green.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, Dan, Gary got one of these tour cards 2 years ago. Just struggled a bit when he got to the events because he was, like all of us, sometimes things at home are a bit different, and he just had a bit of a bad year. Now he's settled and happy. He'd be more than pleased to have another crack at the 3
1 green.
events. He's been one of the most well-known players really not to play in the PBA for many years. 3 years ago he said, right, I'm going to have a go at this, and that was the very year that he first qualified for the tour card. Shows what a quality player he is.
Going from strength to strength. Nobody likes to come up against a good bowler like Gary.
Well, he's in a bit of trouble at this end.
Though he is holding the shot, so not easy for Danny to remove that green bowl. Can perhaps promote one of his shorter bowls.
trying to play the bowl to take the bowl out. His own red bowl takes the green bowl out. Oh,
It's unlucky.
One shot, Gary Smith.
times like that, you sometimes have to take your chances. There was a big chance there for a big count. Just went against him. I think Gary will stick to his 26 and a half metre jack.
Of course, we're not playing on the portable rink here. We're playing on Newton Hall's own facilities. Excellent green it is too, I have to say.
Jack length 28 metres.
Just gone a little bit longer there. Yes, very pleased to hear you say that, Dan. It's our rink 2 here at the club, and it plays very well. All four hands play well. You can play that slight runner. It's the sort of rink you can play any shot on, which is good. But it is a little bit longer than the portable rink, which I think always throws some of the players that are used to playing on the portable rink.
Indeed, it's a full 2 metres longer, which is a big difference really. So those that like to play the longer jacks can play extra long jacks. Compared to the top 16 used to the 29.5 metres at the portable rink.
Somebody getting excited in the audience there. We got a whoop.
It's just slightly past, about half an inch.
Gary suffered an injury earlier on in the year when he couldn't play in the national finals. He'd qualified for the pairs and had to pull out of it.
One red.
Decided to stand on some broken glass and did his foot some damage. I spoke to him just before he went out there and he said he's fully recovered and very, very hungry to win this weekend.
Dan was saying he was going to take the shot, but still 3 balls to come.
Gary's having a good look at this. He tends to favour playing a draw shot, does Gary Smith. He can play a very, very effective runner, but he likes to draw himself out of trouble. He's down a good line here.
Of course, the position he's in with
All on the pace
7-0.
here.
Oh, what a goal.
Oh,
Great goal.
that's what makes him the champion he is.
2 green.
It all looked against him there. Perfect draw, just over the weight. Jack.
Puts Danny in a spot of bother if it remains at 2. We have a 9-0 lead with only 4 ends gone. Danny will be struggling to get back from that, I would say.
Well, it's a tough choice for him here because he hasn't really even got the plant on his own bowl, because I think his own bowl would only take one of Gary Smith's bowls away. So he doesn't want to be dropping another 2 here. He's opted to try and draw it off. Even if he gets second shot, it would help his cause.
It's not far away here, I don't think. Just pulling up.
2 shots, Gary Smith.
Well, that means that Gary Smith takes a 9-0 lead after 4 ends of this first set here at the Co-operative Funeral Care European Masters Finals 2015. We play 2 sets of 9 ends, and if it's tied after the 2 sets, we play a 3-end tie break. Away it's going, and this set's going all Gary Smith at the moment.
Sets is a funny old game though, you can lose the first set heavily,
Jack length 28.5 metres.
go on to win the second set, and then you're all in a tie break, and that first set's wiped out completely, so it's not all over yet.
And you often see people that win the first set tend to relax a little bit, especially the most inexperienced players, and then all of a sudden the second set's gone away from them and they find themselves in a tie break. That was part of the reason that Gary Smith didn't used to play the PBAs, because his consistency and his favourite game was the 21 up game. And he said it was a whole new thing for him to learn. He tended to always go behind in games and then drag it back, and you can't afford to do that these games, especially at the qualifiers. Play 7 end sets at the qualifiers, and if you drop a 3 or a 4 early doors, you're up against it before you've started. Well, Gary's just looking to draw down to this red ball here.
Mike having a good look there as to who was holding shot.
1 green.
Sitting here, you're now seeing how important it is to our viewers that you guys out there tell us fairly swiftly who's holding shot, because from our angle there, it's really hard to tell.
Indeed, I would have said it might have been the red, but Mike quite clearly telling us that it was the green. Of course, we don't want to say too much on the carpet, because the players are obviously out there bowling. But we need to give the commentary box and for people at home and in the audience an idea as to what the position is.
I think especially when they get to the TV stages where we have the shot clock as well, it's imperative that a quick response is given from the umpires.
Indeed, Danny's got a good runner there.
Yeah, just
3
was a
red.
little unfortunate really there to get the double connection which shot the jack through. You put your mortgage on Gary Smith drawing this. You just saw Danny in the background there showing how far off the jack was. But, talking to Mr. Kearsley, I think there, who's the part of the Partingtons group that are the owners of Blackpool Newton Hall here. There we go. If I'd have put my mortgage on, I'd have been safe. Oh, Danny choosing to play a runner again. If he could have taken out Gary's bowl, he'd have got a count.
1 shot, Gary Smith.
10-0
after 5. It's really looking like early doors. Gary's got the first set, but you never know.
Well, not against players like Danny Dennison. He can turn anything round. For example, that end, if he'd have managed to get rid of Gary Smith's bowl, he could have picked up a 3 or a 4 there. A couple of those, it gets you back into the game, but the ends are going away from him now. We've only got 4 ends left, and he's 10 behind.
Of course, Gary only needs 3 shots on this end to take the first set as well.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Well, he looks out on a good line, all on his length. Closer ball from Danny there. Gary's fully in charge in this set at the moment. What a great bowl that is. This is another one where we need our marker to let us know what the situation is, but whatever, Gary's tightened down that end, not giving Danny much chance of getting a shots count.
Yeah, Mike will be in there having a good look. Of course, it may be obvious on the green, we just can't tell from this camera angle. Another good ball here from Gary.
I think that might have made the decision easier for Mark.
1 green. 3/4 of an inch.
Well, he looks on the target line.
How many times do you see bowls go through gaps that just don't
I
exist?
don't think they exist when you're out there.
A lovely smile there on Danny's face.
It's about 3/4 of an inch short of jack high.
You certainly from this angle don't look like you could fit a bowl between that gap. Some of us would say, well, if you'd have been playing with size 4s instead of size 3s, you might have got a result there. Oh, look at this, close again. Just probably sat out, but 4 great bowls there.
He's close again on this running bowl again. He's
Not
got
the
the same
gap
gap.
again.
Oh,
Well,
that's unfortunate. He's lost the set there.
4 shots and the first set to Gary Smith.
well, that's the first set gone. 14-0, the first set to Gary Smith.
And Gary's still got choice of mat and jack length here.
Well, with Gary's experience, I don't think he'll sit back. I think he'll want to keep powering away. Get this game won if he can.
Because he's got the jack length choice, because I believe Danny would have won the toss and chosen in the first set, which means Gary has the choice in the second set. This could prove to be very, very important.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
You certainly don't often see sets tied up after 6 ends in a 9-end set. Especially with these two quality players. I think the bookies' odds on a 14-0 for the first set with these two would have been interesting. I'm sure Mr. Chisholm, who's out there somewhere, would tell us what the odds would have been. He's normally fairly quick at working out that sort of thing.
Gary started the second set as he finished the first.
So both of these players quite used to playing under these situations, and also at this venue they've both played here before.
Danny needs to forget the first set now and just concentrate on this second set.
Oh, he's just under.
2 green.
Oh, he dropped a 4 on the first end of the first set. Do we have a deja vu? He's here again, is Gary. Just run through a bit. He would be wanting to cover that last bowl of Danny's, really.
No, just a 2.
So we can't see where the jack is, but I should imagine Gary's not sat right on it, so there's room to move the jack out to Danny's bowl on, as we're seeing it, on the left. Sorry, on the right. There's a reaction there.
By the reaction, we think he missed it. Yeah. Slight camera problem for us there.
The camera guys do a great job for us.
Yeah, we're quite proud now of the fact that the WBT live streaming is in full HD and with full commentary for you.
3 green.
Well, he's been called a machine in the past. I think the way he's playing today, he's playing like a machine again. Danny opting for a runner again. Looks under the line, but might get a result off the last bowl of Gary Smith's.
Oh, found that gap again.
Well,
How lucky is that?
holes for bowls. That was amazing to get through the gap and clip the back bowl.
3 done. 3 shots, Gary Smith.
Well, not exactly the start in a second set when you've lost the first set 14-0. You want to get up and running. I have to say, Gary is looking very, very calm. A slight smile there. Danny will be having a bit of a natter to him. But I don't think you'll stop his concentration.
Danny's renowned for banter on the green. And lesser players will react to that. Man of Gary's quality probably won't.
Jack length 29 metres.
Steadily increasing the jack distance here. 26 earlier, Janice.
Yeah, he started off at 26 and a half, didn't he? But he's playing about a little bit with length. Favours himself to look at this ball. Well, like I say, if you wanted to ever watch a masterclass in composure on a rink, delivery, Gary Smith's certainly got it all. Danny's just struggling for that now. He's not got his line and length quite right. He's played quite a few tight bowls.
And just get one good bowl in one of his ends and change this jack length. I'm sure he'll fight back. He certainly won't give up yet.
Never out of these games. Never out of these games. Short again. Oh, this is very unlike Danny.
2 green.
Had a bit of practice out there. All the players have the opportunity to go out and have a practice on it. Some players, their system is that they don't practice, and one of them is just bowling this bowl here. And he didn't go out and practice, and look how close he can put them.
Don't think I would if I could play like that. Unfortunately, I can't play like that.
I was going to say, it's a bit sickening. Some of us have to work at it.
That's why I wear the black uniform, not red or green.
He's missed that by some length. Gary just composing himself again. Yeah, just asking to have a look. Probably going to have a look what the angle is there, Dan, because if Danny gets the jack, where's it going to go?
Well, luck of the draw at the pace he just played his last bowl at, so I guess Gary's probably going to look to see on the respot on the right. case it goes out that way.
His back bowl might actually have the respot. Again, it's the angle here, isn't it? Whether he might be better going deep down there on the viewer's right hand side of the screen. You can see the spot.
Certainly has the left hand spot.
These games, if the jack goes out of the side confines of the rink, it isn't a dead end, it's actually placed back on the respot is the jack.
It looks like Gary's covering that spot. Maybe Danny holds. Or is he going deeper than the spot? No, he's going deep.
How far is the second bowl away, please?
1.5 inches.
A little nod from Danny there when the marker, Mike Davies, said the second bowl's 1.5 inches away.
Does he get the result? No.
3 shots, Gary Smith.
Well, as in the first set, after 2 ends, Gary Smith takes a 6-0 lead against Danny Dennison. Gary Smith from the northeast. You can always tell when you really strong northeast accent.
That mortgage you were betting with, Janice, I'd have done the same. I wouldn't have bet anything that Danny would have not had a shot on the board yet.
It's certainly when we
Jack
looked,
length 28.5 metres.
when we looked at this game on paper for this first tour card 1, this was the game of the first round, in my humble opinion.
I think most opinions, however humble, were saying the same.
The machine that is Gary R. Smith is dominating it at the moment. Well, Danny's got a bit of room there. Got to take this opportunity now. The winner of this game gets to meet Craig Newton in the semi-final on Sunday morning, who's our crown greener who got through this morning.
Off to play Crown tonight, and won't be back until Sunday morning for that semi, so this will be interesting.
Yeah, he's got Crown League game tonight, and then something again tomorrow, a competition somewhere Crown Green wise tomorrow. So after he came off after his game, I noticed he went straight on with his red bowls to have a practice before he went.
Indeed, the only chance he would have between now and Sunday to do that.
2 inches.
He'll get the half an hour before his game as well, won't he, because he's the first game on.
Indeed he will, yes.
As I mentioned before, these players can get slots to practice. If you're the first game on in a session, you get the half hour prior to the start of your game. But if not, you can book sessions right through till about 10 o'clock at night. Danny just having a bit of a banter there with the crowd. Gary's got to get his game face back on.
Gary just pushing through again.
I think somebody's just said
One red.
it's good to Danny. Well, there is an opportunity for Gary here. I know he likes to draw himself out of trouble, but slight little tap on Danny's bowl might bring the jack through to his back 2 bowls.
Yeah, certainly doesn't want to play too much pace, because if he gets his own bowl out, Danny could be holding 2 or 3.
It's just really an over the draw shot, isn't it? Just a slight movement on the bowl. I don't think he likes that by his body language. But
Certainly not arriving too heavily, but just slightly under the line. Danny has space now to draw in a second here. We could have a game on our hands.
Yeah, well, you've got to take these opportunities when they present themselves. She's 6-0 down. Still plenty of time in this set. Count of 2 here. Would be very good. Looks on a tight line to me, this. He's not there.
One shot, Danny Dennison.
He is, however, on the board, and the crowd went wild.
Let's see what he does with the jack now. Won't be surprised if it changes length completely.
A bit of a quip there about what we're going to do with this jack. Where's he going? Is he going to go really short, do we think?
It'll certainly take it up a few metres away from what Gary's been doing.
I was going to say, could do with straightening up his map there.
6 metres up the green, is it? 5.5, 6 metres up.
Jack length 26 metres.
Back
Well,
to the...
yeah, I was going to say that was the length that Gary started on.
Indeed.
A bit of a loose opener there in the Yarder room.
Yes.
Oh, a little bit of a better adjustment there. Down a good line again here, just a slight adjustment on length. Always in the area down with this.
That's better from Gary.
One green.
Well, didn't quite adjust there, Danny. Chance now of Gary drawing in for another. Needs to swing a bit. What Gary won't want is Danny Dennison getting a bit of a run with 2 or 3 ends here. He'll want to try and close out this set. Close out the game.
Of course, as the ends go away, the more desperate you become. So Gary will want to enforce that. Your game has to change to suit the conditions of the score. At the moment, Gary hasn't got to change anything.
No, and Danny's way under with that. This isn't the usual Danny Dennison we're used to. But then again, Gary Smith's not really giving him a lot of room.
One shot, Gary Smith.
Well, Gary picks up another shot. That means that he's now 7-1 up after 4 ends of this second set. Totally in control here. And unfortunately, we haven't had things like measures to talk to you about. It's just been a one-sided game, really, at the moment, Dan.
No, in this morning's game, we didn't have a single measure either. Very unusual.
I'm sure that won't last as the games go on.
Well, if we go through a whole tournament of 14 games without a single measure, I should be
You'd be
very,
surprised.
very surprised.
Bearing in mind, I think you're umpiring the next game. I think
Jack length 28
we
metres.
might jinx and you have all the measures in the next game. There's Mr. Kearsley in the corner there. Big fan of bowls. His good lady used to bowl a bit herself. Mrs. Kearsley's father was George Partington, and this is in the Partington Centre. George was a huge fan of bowls, created this centre out of what used to be the old animal houses for the Tower Circus at Blackpool.
I didn't know that. That's very...
Ah, right. I know all sorts of pieces of useless information. Yes, it used to house the animals. There's some photos in the foyer of the old buildings as they were. Mr. Partington bought them and was so passionate about bowls, decided he wanted to put some bowling rinks in. He would be very, very proud if he was still with us today. I had the pleasure of knowing him. Played in the same team as him for a while, so he would have loved all this. He would have been out there watching every bowl. And he probably is actually up there watching every bowl. Yeah, somebody once said to me, is it where they used to have the elephants? And I said, well, there's still some
green.
people would say there's some elephants about still in here. Gary didn't look too happy with that. It looks out on a good line. Flicking his fingers normally means that a player's not so keen.
Just a bit of running on it, but it's gone to a good home. It's not wasted there, as we say.
If it sits down, it might even make
No,
second
only
shot.
one.
Mike's confirmed it's just the one.
No, he's 6 inches short of Jack high.
Mike telling us the shot bowl is 6 inches short of Jack high. Danny's still unsure of the ball he was going to play, but
I think he's trying to just play into the head to try and change something. Looks like it's going under. Had the same thing with Clifford Craig this morning. He played a few runners and they were all under the line. It's a fairly true rink, so the heat must be just affecting it a little bit out there.
of course it's a very narrow head to attack as well, so he hasn't got a lot to hit.
Oh, looking good here again, Gary. Oh, that's a good ball.
Too green.
there.
Only in a spot of bother now.
Well, he plays a runner again and doesn't make contact. Another 2 drop.
Slightly higher line this time. Is he going across again?
Might get his own front bowl.
He's got a result, has he? No. Different 2.
Just the one.
Yeah, it's
One
saved
shot,
one,
Gary
so-
Smith.
But still, that's an impressive 8-1 lead after 5 ends of the second set. Don't forget we played 2 sets of 9 ends here at the World Bowls Tour events. And Gary Smith thoroughly in command here of this game. I think Danny can tell his friends to start the car.
Jack length 29.5 metres.
Oh, bit of a loose opener here from Gary. But at 8-1, he can probably afford one loose bowl. Very, very consistent. Very, very consistent. And don't forget, we're here at the Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters Finals 2015. We're here live and in full HD for all the games for you. So stick around, we've still got 2 more really good games to come this afternoon. We've got Gerard Breen, he's from Wales, playing against one of last year's tour card winners, Ben Sherwin from Cumbria. And Roger Herridge from Folkestone's playing John McCutchinson from Falkirk. And the 4 games today are all part of Tour Card 1. And then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock we start with Tour Card 2. Well, Danny didn't like that. Shook his head as soon as he let it go.
Yeah, didn't get away, did he, that time?
Well, another good end here from Gary Smith, and I think it's going very, very dark for Danny. Oh, good ball again from Gary.
Yeah, I really can't see Gary dropping big counts at the moment, which of course Danny needs.
Certainly turning the screw here, keeping them close. Danny's looking to just rest the last ball, or a little touch on the jack would get him a 2. Again, unfortunate,
1 green.
really.
Didn't get the gap, but didn't get the result either.
Well, Gary will be looking to slot one in between that last red bowl and the jack if he can.
Or indeed tidy up the jack.
2 green.
There's a gap there, please.
3-inch gap.
Well, I think he's under here again. Can he get a result off that bowl? Oh, he's taking his own ball out.
2.
Right, Davis
2
confirms
shots,
it's
Gary
2,
Smith.
which means that Gary Smith is now 10-1 up after 6 ends of this second set. Having won the first set 14-0. I think it's definitely going dark.
Well, Danny has to score on this end, and he has to score 2 or more. Otherwise it's all
Jack
over.
length 28 metres. Danny needs 3 to stay in the match.
So a confirmation from Francis there.
By our calculations, I think Danny just needs the 2 to remain in the set. Would then mean he has to score 2 4s in the final 2 ends. So anyway, it's still a big ask for Danny to.
Well, even to score at an end the way that Gary Smith's playing at the moment, that's one of them. Probably one of the best bowls we've seen Danny play. Perhaps that inspiration, knowing what he has to do.
I'm sure Danny knew what he had to do before he was told, but it's up against him now.
Well, Gary won't panic here. He'll just, you know, even having one shot against him and knowing the situation, he's probably aware that he can afford to drop a 1. He just doesn't really want to drop a 2. He'd rather be off this green now. At the end of the day, it's still a big ask after that. Like you say, Danny's then got to score 2 4s, even if he gets a 2 here.
Yeah. Of course, it's not impossible to score 2 4s, but I don't think Gary would have.
Well, against somebody like
Well,
Gary Smith, as we would say, I think it's shaky hands time.
1 red.
Danny looking at the scoreboard and trying to work out what he's got to do.
Well, he looks like he's in for the 2. Now, if you're Gary,
Two red.
I would be changing hand and drawing to that, I think. He's coming to have a look.
Wise move. Settle yourself down. Doesn't have to panic just yet.
No, like we say, even dropping a 2 or a 3 at this end, it's still a huge ask for Danny to come back. I think Mike Davis is just confirming there to Danny that it is 2 to keep him in here. I think our pen and paper here had that worked out right, Dan, or was that your computer brain for us?
Oh, I shouldn't say really, but yeah. Of course, as the umpire and the marker are in close contact, they know the scores, they know how many shots people need to close out a set or a match.
Looks a great line here. If he draws shot here, so he's
Sure he's
getting
gonna-
second bowl. No, he's just slipped behind. Well, we will go into another end. Danny could get a 3 here. It gives himself a better shout.
That mortgage is yours, I think, is still quite safe.
I think I'm quite happy with that one.
But I'm sure we've all seen games of bowls that look dead and buried, and the final outcome has changed.
Well, he looks down a good line here. All on his pace.
2 shots, Danny Dennison.
That's 2 shots to Danny. That means that Gary Smith is now 10-3 up with 2 ends left to play.
So Danny has to score 4. Anything less, and it shake the hands.
But also he has to score 2 4s.
Absolutely.
You know, 1 4 does happen. 2 4s against somebody like Gary Smith.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
That's a length we haven't seen today in this match.
At the end of the day, Gary Smith just probably had his loosest end and only dropped to 2. Danny's going to have to really nail 4 bowls here. He's close. A toucher as well.
Toucher as well, yeah.
That of course means if the ball goes in the back ditch, it remains live, which gives it as a bonus ball really.
With the Jack being so far up the green, I don't think we'll be seeing anything in the ditch. Oh, Danny's.
And how do you make a 4 when you've put a
Dear.
ball there?
Gary just has to pump another one in. Worry about his own game here.
Just something in the area. 3rd bowl will do at this stage. But he's piling on the pressure. Danny's got to change something with this. It looks under again to me.
Yeah, Gary putting covering bowl in case the Jack is squirted over that side by Danny with his last bowl.
Well, it looks like the world number 20, Gary Smith from the North East, is going to take his place in the semi-finals on Sunday morning, where he'll play Craig Newton. Danny's shaking his hand. He knows he can't get a 4 here. That's fair
1 shot,
play.
2nd set, and a match. Gary Smith.
Gary Smith walks into the semi-finals. I'd like to thank Dan Blewett for your company this afternoon.
Well, thank you, Janice. It's been very nice in here.
And we'll see how many measures you get in the next game.
players your appreciation.
Let's hope
Join us again in about 5 minutes' time for the next game up, which is Gerard Breen versus Ben Sherwin. Thanks for your company.
I think if we can have both players at the top end of the rink, please. Right.
Gary.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been the first match of the afternoon. And Danny, from your point of view, I think we've all seen you bowl a lot better, but I think that the audience should be told you've been playing with a damaged hand.
Well, to be honest with you, there's no excuse at all. Gary played fantastic. I didn't get into the game till sort of late in the first set. And after that, he was just nailing the jack with his first bowl, played excellent. And if he plays like that, I think he'll be very close to going through.
Yeah, thanks, Danny. Like every player, you know, you've been around a long time. You're one of the top players, and no player makes excuses. But I do know that your hand has been hurting you. So, you know, I didn't want people to think that you hadn't turned up, if you know what I mean. You know, so from that point of view. Well, Gary, first match of the afternoon, first match of the tournament. You've come through it. How do you feel?
Feel fantastic, actually. I think my late ball made such a difference in that game. Danny, injured or not, I don't like playing Danny. He's very, very hard to beat, even with an injury. He's a very difficult man to beat, which we all know he is. But no, I enjoyed it. It was great. Pace the carpet, that's good. So carry on.
Well, again, Danny, commiserations, and look forward to seeing you in the next round. Gentlemen, thank you both very much. Right, the other players will be on just to do their trial ends. So if you need to go and get a pint or have a quick top up, now's the time.
Hi, Ben. Yes, see you.
Choice of two, I get the wrong one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, just be a couple of seconds before we bring the players on. He's busy on his iPhone anyway. But just be a couple of seconds while some people take a quick natural break, as they say. You'll be pleased to know the rain has arrived. Well, yeah, but you're sitting indoors. It's dry in here. Yeah, no, I know I said it in the interview, but Danny had, unfortunately, severely sprained his wrist earlier on, and it had blown up like a balloon. So he's still elected to play, but believe me, he is one of the top players in England. So I just thought I'd let you know that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're about ready to go. So let's bring your first player on. He's from Wales. He's been a Welsh international in the under-16s, the under-25s, and now a senior international. Let's welcome Jared Breen. And ladies and gentlemen, up against him is another contender from the north of the country, English international, and he's a China Open winner. Let's welcome Ben Sherwin. And I'll hand you over to commentary with Janice Gower.
Well, welcome back, folks, to the Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters Finals 2015 here at Blackpool Newton Hall Holiday Park. An interesting game here because Jared Breen and Ben Sherwin have both tasted success at the top and want a bit more. Ben Sherwin was one of our tour card winners here last year.
Jack length 25 metres.
Spoke to him earlier. He said the experience of going to the Scottish, the International Open and the World Championships, he wants to see a bit more of that. And he's going out there confident and hoping to win another tour card this year. Great start there from Gerard. Gerard qualified for the Welsh International Open in 2011 and the World Singles in 2010. Well, he got through a couple of rounds there. A couple of big shocks out. Nice to see him back at this level. Two great opening bowls there. Well, Ben's not hanging about, he's playing a runner. Played under the line. We've seen a few today just go under the line. For those of you who like to know what bowls players play with, Gerard plays with Drake's Pride. Professional size 3, according to his profile. And Ben Sherwin has recently swapped to the new Aero bowl. Plays with the Aero grooves. Oh, Ben's going early again. He's under the line. The only trouble is we're starting to play runners early. You start to just lose your length. And at these events we play 2 sets of 9 ends and if necessary a 3-end tie break.
Favour 3.
Our marker there. Francis Fletcher just saying that he favours 3. And our umpire for this game is Dan Blewett, who was just in the commentary box with me. I said to him as he was going out, we'd mentioned that in the first 2 games today there hadn't been a single measure. So I said as he was umpiring this game, the chances were that he'd have loads of measures, so we'll see. And Ben going again. I got a result out of that. That was a very fortunate result. He was hoping to get a couple away to actually get shot out of it.
1 shot, Ben Sherwin.
It's a funny old game, this game sometimes. It only takes 1 bowl. But Gerard's a good competitor and he'll settle himself down again. looks like Ben's going a full length jack here. We'll find
Jack
out.
length 29.5 metres.
Yeah, 29.5 metres. I think Dan told us earlier that the full length jack is 30 metres, so he's not so far off a full length jack. Gerard's got his family here supporting him. Lovely to see the support. And has quite a few supporters back watching in Cumbria. His usual support of his good lady, Miss Cindy Houghton. Well, she can't be with us this weekend because she's a singer of wartime favourite songs, and of course we're into the VE Day celebrations. So if you're listening, Cindy, all the best with your work this weekend. And your man's out there on the rink trying to get himself another tour card. Another good ball from Gerard
One red.
there. Again, with all these opening games, the opening ends are just settling down, finding your length, your weight, looking at how to play against your opponent.
My last ball, Francis, how far through, please?
20 inches. One green.
Better ball there from Ben. Well, Gerard will just be looking to draw down to that last ball of Ben Sherwin's. Rest off it. Possibly took the jack. It's close. Oh, I just got the wrong side of it.
One shot, Ben Sherwin.
That means the estimator from Sellafield Nuclear Site in Cumbria, Ben Sherwin, takes a 2-0 lead after 2 in this first set. Of course, all the games are here on the World Bowls Tour YouTube site, live and in full
27.5
HD
metres.
for you. A shot ball in there by Gerard. Ben Sherwin, one of the successful Cumbrian Denny Cup winning team this year.
2 red.
Cumbria have a great record in the Denny Cup. And Gerard's got a long list of titles as well. He was quite a frequent player in the junior international side for many years.
1 green.
16 player. Like I say, got up to the dizzy heights in 2010 of world rank 27. That was when he had the very good run in the Potters World Indoor Singles.
One green.
Ben's still holding on to this one shot. Just win every end, that's what you go out there to try and do. If you can win every end, you'll win the game. Easy as that. Just got the little matter of your opponent to take into account. Gerard's looking to sit Ben's, but he's very, very close here. Very close. What a good ball. That's the only danger when you only have one ball in the head.
4 shots, Jared Breen.
So Gerard Breen, after 3 ends, goes 4-2 up in the first set. Great ball there from the young man from Wales, hometown Mid Glamorgan. Indoor club he plays at the Ronda.
Jack length 26 metres.
Trying a shorter length jack because Ben Sherwin was going the fuller length jack. Oh, he's looking close here. Needs to just run a bit. Ben's no slouch, quick onto the mat. Of course, Ben's played recently in the WBT events where he had to play under the shot clock. We haven't got the shot clock here, but I think once you get into the habit of playing fairly quickly, it's a good habit to get if you want to be in these WBT events moving forward. Well, Ben, can you tie another shot in here? He looks on a good track.
One green.
And of course the winner of this game would play the winner of the game that follows, which is Roger Herridge and John McCutchinson. And that follows straight after this game.
One green.
We're live with you all afternoon.
Jared's shortest ball, how far short of length is it, Francis, please?
3.5 feet.
might have done enough to just tip back in for second. I'm sure Francis, lecturer marker, will let us know what the situation is. This camera angle, you just can't quite tell. It might not have just made it. Good track here from Gerard. Just could get back down to rest his own ball, rest off it. And Ben has probably stopped his shot actually, because I think Ben prior to that was looking at trying to take Gerard's bowl out. It would lock on the last ball now. Just wants to try and play to that close ball of Gerard's, rest off it. Touch on the jack would be perfect. Down a good track here.
One shot, Ben Sherwin.
One shot to Ben Sherwin. That means after 4 ends, the score is Gerard Breen 4, Ben Sherwin 3.
Jack length 30 metres.
Gone for a full length jack now, Ben. He was comfy playing that length. Needs to get a good lead in now. Oh, and an excellent lead from Ben there. Gerard's close with this, but I think he might just be going to pull up just that touch short. Well, Ben, need to think about piling another in. Both of these players come from bowling families. It was the grandfathers that played a big part in both of them starting playing. Both played from a very young age. Good ball coming in here from Ben. It starts making
Two green.
a few problems now for Gerard, because both his last 2 deliveries were short. He doesn't want to be short again. Needs to just be altering something to give himself a chance. In the area. Oh, he's got one away. Opened it up a touch.
Two green now.
Yeah, Ben just waiting for confirmation of how the head lies. Still wants to try and get another one in there if he can. Just dropping short. Well, Gerard just went up to have a quick look there. Nice draw down this forehand. Gets past his own ball, he gets second. If he can actually get as far as the jack. Well, he might have just overplayed this. It was a very good track. Didn't want to be short though.
Two shots, Ben Sherwin.
Confirmation there, Ben Sherwin takes 2 shots. After 5 ends of this first set, he goes into the lead, 5-4. Gerard's only scored at one end, picked up a 4. And that was the end where Ben only had 1 ball in the head. So it's turning into a very good game. Ben will go back to his preferred longer length jack.
Jack length 29.5 metres.
It's on the tight side, does this first bolt. A little bit short as well. Right, Gerard, here's your chance. Looking better here. Very good opener there. Looks better. Still not too happy with it. And looks on a good track here. Great adjustment from his first bolt. Similar sort of thing from Gerard now, just adjustment on his first bowl, rest Ben's last bowl.
One green.
Just overplayed it, but he wouldn't want to be short there. He's suffered the last couple of ends with short bowls, so he'll want to try and give himself a chance. The ball behind, you can always change your head by pushing bowls or pushing jacks. Gerard looks on a good track here. All on his pace. Just overplayed it just a touch again. Oh, he looks in the area again, does Ben Sherwin here.
Two green.
Well, Gerard's got the option now of reaching this on either hand, really. Bigger target off his forehand, but the trail on the backhand would sit nicely into his own 2 bowls. He could possibly get a 3 out of this. He's played it down the forehand. Bigger target down there. Little nick on that jack required. Oh, so close. Fag paper. There must have been a fag paper between that
Two
ball
shots,
and the
Ben
jack.
Sherwin.
I'm sure of it. That was so close it frightened it. So Ben Sherwin takes 2 shots and after 6 ends in the first set leads 7-4. Interesting game so far, really. Gerard set off like a house on fire, and Ben just managed to snuffle the first couple of ends. Now he's gone to a good
Jack
drawing
length
game.
30 metres.
Perfect length with that, really. Just a few inches over it. We just took a tight line. On this rink you can certainly give it green, it'll swoop all the way back for you. Oh, great ball there by Gerard. That'll settle him down a bit. Often say in these sets of 9 ends, the 7th end is an important end. Ben Sherwin can get a shot out of this. It would put him in the driving seat going into the last 2 ends. But likewise, if Gerard could pick up a 1 or a 2 here, drags himself right back into this set with every opportunity in the last 2 ends.
Two red.
Ben's closer here.
One red.
Oh, good second there. And Gerard will swap hands now, try and rest that last bolt. Oh, isn't he sticking to his forehand? He didn't like that at all. Thinking he had to get round his short bowl. You often put that extra couple of yards in and you think you have to get round a bowl. I think when he sees this head he'll have regretted not having changed hands and played the backhand. Got to play the backhand really, Gerard here. Couple of chances, rest Ben's bowl, get 2, get to the jack, tuck it behind, get 3 or 4 out of it. Big bowl here, big chance. Slightly on the wide side. Got to swing all the way back from there. Is it going to do enough? Oh, great attempt. Oh, now if it... I was going to say if that ball sat down.
One shot, Jared Breen.
But it gives him a fighting chance. He scores a 1, which means after 7 ends, Ben Sherwin's leads 7-5. So he's 2 shots up with 2 ends to play. I'm sure Gerard will change the length of the jack here. He's been dominating on the longer length jack, sticking to that. Might have gone right down to a minimum. Got to pick the length.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
There you go, 26.5 metres. We've been playing 29 to 30, so 3 metres shorter than what we've been playing. Two interesting openers there. Different length of jack, of course. Both players have got to try and find it. Gerard needs to put the pressure on Ben here. Trying to get this one close. Looking better. Yeah, well played, Gerard. Oh, this looks a good line from Ben. What's his length like? It just pulled up a touch short.
1 red.
Ben found
One
one
green.
there. Puts the pressure back on Gerard. One ball to come. Just wants to get on the inside edge of his own ball here. Get back to the jack. Even if he trailed the jack, it would be handy. In the area. In the area. That was very, very unlucky.
2 green.
Two green. If he makes this 3 green. First set's on the card for the Cumbrian man. That is a great line. Oh, he's not to reach with that one.
2 shots, Ben Sherwin.
He'll be disappointed with that. The 2 shots mean that he goes into the last end 9-5, which means Gerard's got to score a 4 to tie the set. I'm sure we'll see Ben going back to his 29.5 30-metre jack.
Jack length 29.5 metres.
Just dropping a bit short there with his lead bowl. Just needs to stop a 4 though. That's what his job is for this end. Stop a 4. Well, short bowl's going to be a struggle to counter for Gerard.
Two red.
Well, he's holding 2 of the 4 he needs, but they're very loose bowls. Sure, Ben Sherwin will be wanting to get one somewhere about. So there's about a yard of room there. big sigh there from Ben Sherwin. I hope he realised that came over on commentary. No stranger to the commentary box, isn't Ben Sherwin? He's done quite a bit of work in here over his last year. Quite enjoys it. He'd still like to get something closer because at the moment...
One red and a measure.
Gerard still has a chance of a 4 because he just has to remove Ben Sherwin's bowl. And Ben will be hoping to adjust on his last bowl. Well, Ben needs to just pass it.
One green.
Well, that makes it difficult now for Gerard. Ben just having a sip of water there. It gets quite hot out there. It's an enclosed environment. And there's different lights in there for when we have TV events. The HD cameras. The lights out there are a lot hotter than the ones you'd normally play under. Gerard's trying to run here. Needs to take both bowls out. Oh, he's removed. He touched both bowls he needed out the head, but he also removed
One shot,
of his own.
first set, Ben Sherwin.
So Ben Sherwin wins the first set 10-5. Clean slate, Gerard. We set off into set 2. I think one of the keys for Gerard here is to try and change this length. Ben's been picking up most of his shots on the longer lengths.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
We've gone down to a very short jack, 24.5 metres. Quite interesting that we've gone 5 sets and a tie break so far today and still not a measure. It's something I hadn't thought about until Dan Blewett mentioned it. I'm just wondering exactly how long we are going to go without seeing an umpire's measure. Mentioned before, just to remind you that these players are playing for one of 2 tour cards available this weekend. The games we're seeing today are the quarterfinals of Tour Card 1, and whoever wins Tour Card 1 gets a tour card into all the WBT ranking events for next season. Good goal there from Ben. Chances for Gerard. He's sticking with his forehand. He's playing a bit of a runner. Try and split the 2 bowls. A little bit of movement on the jack would help. Got the first bowl, but not
One
the second.
green.
And Ben's already tasted getting one of those tour cards last year. Wants it again this year. But it's a tough field to get through. Some quality players
2
here
green.
this weekend are just on the outside of the top 16. The top 16 gives you all sorts of privileges within the WBT. It gets you into all the ranking
One green.
tournaments for the next season. And the higher up the rankings you go, if you can get into the top 8, that brings open another couple of events for you as well. Big tournament here for some of these players. Need to get those tour cards so they can get the ranking points up. It proved last year it worked.
One shot, Ben Sherwin.
Mark Dawes won a tour card here and went on to do so well in the WBT ranking events. He got himself into the top 16. Well, first blood at the first end of the second set goes to Ben Sherwin. He's setting off like he set off in the first set. He's scored a 1.
Jack length 29.5 metres.
Bit of a loose opener from Ben there. Gerard's made the most of it. Good venue here at Blackpool Newton Hall. We play on the bona fide rink 2 here. This is not the portable rink.
2 red.
The club has blue carpet down, so he's putting down the portable rink. Very, very true rink this, all 4 hands playable. Oh, Ben urging that on, telling it to get up. It listened.
1 green.
Gerard's trotting after this as well. Looks in the area for it. Any sort of connection would help. Yep, good result there. Just shows how much it means to both these players.
1 red.
Well, Ben's just looking for an extra 2 feet on his last delivery and get to that jack. One thing about sets play is that you may have won the first set, but it's all clean slate for the second set. Sit back a little bit, let the other player get away, all of a sudden you're in a tie break. Just got that a little bit wide. Chance here for Gerard. Big chance if it drops inside that. I tell you what, it's on the outside of it. Oh, he'll not like that at all. He might have tipped that ball in. We'll find out shortly. Could we have our first measure?
One shot, Ben Sherwin.
Oh, I was getting all excited there that we were going to have our first measure. 1 shot to Ben Sherwin. Gerard will be very disappointed with that. Just got it on the high side. tip Ben's bowl in. I'm sure Ben will go back to his preferred 29 to 30 metre jack.
Jack length 30 metres.
Gerard will be cursing himself for that one, but you've just got to try and forget that end. Refocus, fresh end, you're only 2 behind. There's still plenty of ends left. 7 ends in fact, in this 9 end set. Key with these things is always to try and tie a few ends together.
Last ball short, please, Francis. 2.5 feet.
One green.
And Ben will be hoping to get one in here. Being forced off the favoured forehand in this direction. Just chasing through the head there with that one. Gerard looks better here. Yeah, good ball coming in here.
One red.
How far short length is that?
About 10 inches short of jack high.
Ben's on a better track here. Might just get wrecked on the red ball of Gerard's there.
One red.
Neither of these players taking too much time over choice of shot. Gerard's at the 2 there. That's a good end.
2 shots, Jared Breen.
That ties up the second set after 3 ends at 2-all. And the jack being sent back there. Wasn't a length, that's our match officials out there. Francis Fletcher and Dan Blewett. It was not a length. So the jack gets sent back. Obviously Gerard was trying to go for the shorter length, as Ben's been preferring a long jack.
Jack length 30 metres.
1 green.
Well, Gerard really needs to reach with this. Get to that jack. It looks in the area. He's close here. Yeah, good ball. Well, that was quite obvious. Ben didn't like that. Most of these top players know as soon as it's left the hand. He's close again with this. Little tuck around the corner and just hung off there.
1 red.
Ben just coming to have a look at the head. It changes your shot, Ben. At the moment you run the risk of Gerard trailing that jack round the corner. He's looking at the plant off the other hand. The jack goes out to where he stood. What he doesn't want to do is take his own ball out the head, but there is a chance down there. And sometimes in these sets games you have to take your opportunities when they're there. Oh, Ben, how brave do you feel? There's still the availability of the draw off the forehand. He feels brave. He's going for the backhand shot. Got to play it with confidence. Will that get back? Will that get back? He played it with the right sort of weight.
1 shot, Jared Breen.
Puts Gerard in the lead. After 4 ends, he takes a 3-2 lead in this second set. The first set was won by Ben Sherwin, 10-5. We've been into 1 tie break so far today, which was the game first thing this morning. The Crown Greener Craig Newton
Jack
came
length,
out
25.5 metres.
winner of. Do we see our second tie break? Oh, Gerard wasn't happy with that. Neither player just totally settled in this game. Both playing some very good bowls, but not consistently good bowls. We were talking earlier about practicing. Both of these players have been out doing the time on the rink. Some hours practicing. Yet the most consistent player out there so far today was in the last game, Gary Smith, who literally just turned up and went on the rink and played superb. Different players have different routines. It's all about trying to fit into your usual routine, even though these are very unusual circumstances. Well, Ben didn't like that at all. Nearly put a hole in the carpet then with that
green.
punch. He wasn't happy.
One red.
Better ball here from
On
Ben.
green.
All in a nice straight line, those bowls. Which normally means they've got good line, but struggling for the weight, consistency.
One red.
Well, the holder of shots swapping backwards and forwards there, as Francis was just indicating. This looks a very high line. It's coming back now. Can it swoop all the way?
One shot, Jared Breen.
That one shot to Gerard Green means he takes a 4-2 lead after 5 ends of the second set. Now, can we go that short length jack, Gerard?
Jack length 25 metres.
Yep, 25 metres. Favouring his shorter length jack. And a great opening bowl there. I think Ben indicating he might have just overplayed this
One
again.
red.
Gerard will be wanting to make his mark on this set and try and another count on the board at this end.
Two red. Yes.
Yeah, Ben just asking if he can come and have a look at the head there. He's only played 2 of his 4 bowls. WBT rules, you only can visit the head at 3rd delivery unless you ask the umpire, marker on the day, and he gives you permission to come up. Somebody once said to me, has it ever been refused? Yes, it has. It actually happened here last year in one of the finals. One of the players asked. He'd already been up and nothing had changed in the head. Whereas a situation like this, you sometimes just need to get the picture of the head in your own mind before you play your bowl. So Ben quite rightly asked, and Francis quite rightly said yes. Some players don't like to visit the head because it breaks their concentration. Others find if they picture it, they play a better bowl. Often you find players that play as a lead in 4s or triples or rinks. They prefer to stay back at the mat, whereas people that skip or play 3 Tend to like to picture the head.
Two red.
Well, I think we might see a positive bowl from Ben Sherwin here. He has a good runner in his armoury. I think now might be the time to bring it out. Missed that line.
Two shots, Jared Breen.
That puts Gerard 6-2 up after 6 ends. He's in the driving seat in this second set. Again, we always say the 7th end, a huge end. Gerard wins it, it puts him firmly in control of the second set. Ben needs to win it to get himself back in with a chance in the second set.
Jack length 25.5 metres.
Well, both players showing a lot of emotion if they think they've played a bad bowl out there. I say it does show sometimes how much it matters to these players. It's a huge prize at the end of this. The chance to get into those 3 current World Bowls Tour ranking events, with work on possibly some more coming into the future reckoning. Ben turning his back on that one.
One red.
There's quite a few players that show no emotion when they're out on a rink. Just having a little wee smile at himself then. See what Ben thinks of this one. It's come all the way back. If it sits down, it's
one
got
green.
chance. Yeah. Top bowl. Gerard's got to follow that down. Rest sitting. Be sitting for 3. Close here, very, very close here.
One red.
I think Ben will be tempted down the backhand here. Rest onto the bowl, little touch on the jack, gets a
3/4 inch gap.
Needs it to move now. It's hanging off for him again.
One shot, Jared Breen.
That means that Gerard Breen takes a 7-2 lead after 7 ends in this second set. It's 5 up with 2 ends to play. Looks like we might be on for our second tiebreaker of the day.
Track length 24 metres. Ben must score this end to continue with the set.
There you go. Down below it, just confirming that. Ben has got a score at this end. Or the set, Gerard's. Realistically, Ben's looking to score a 2 or a 3 to give himself a chance in the last end. As we mentioned in the game before, scoring 4s is not the easiest thing, certainly at this level. It's possible, but it's not easy. An interesting pose there from Ben. I'm sure there'll be some comments from his family and friends about that little stance that he just did there. It was a look of concentration. Proved how happy he was with the bowl. Side toucher.
Two green.
Well, if Ben gets another one in the head here, holds a 3, puts a lot of pressure on Gerard with his last bowl. He doesn't like that at all. I don't think he can help you up there, Ben. It's putting your balls close down here that counts. Just close here.
One green. One shot, Ben Sherwin.
Well, it keeps us in this set, but I think we're looking at a tie break here, folks. This end might just be a little bit ordinary. Scoring a 4 is never easy.
Track length 30.5 metres.
1 red.
2 seconds, Francis, or just the one?
Definitely one measured between the other two. Two red.
Well, there's not a great shot on here for a 4. We're definitely looking at the tie break here. Well, Ben, what miracle are you going to conjure up here?
Two shots and the second set. Jared Breen, match tiebreak.
So Jared takes the second set, 9-3, and we're going to our second tie break of the day. And this is down to who wins the ends.
Jared won the toss and has given the jack to Ben on the first end.
So we play a 3-end tie break. It's the first player to win 2 ends. It's all about winning the end rather than how many shots you count. Both been in tie breaks before, so we'll know what's at stake. All about trying to get that first bowl in as close as you can early
Jack
on.
length 30 metres.
Ben gone back to his 30-metre jack. We'll be wanting to nail it with this first bolt. Well, he'll be very disappointed with that. Perhaps a little bit of nerves kicking in. Better adjustment there, a little bit settled down with that second bolt.
– 1 green.
Great effort there.
Jared's last ball, Francis. How far short white, please?
14-inch gap.
shot bowled in relation to the jack, please?
There's a 5-inch gap, and it's one green.
Is it level or short, is it?
It's 10 inches short of jack high. There's a 5-inch gap.
That's all the instructions and directions given out there by Francis Fletcher. Well, Gerard didn't like it when he let go of it. Well now, Ben, big chance here. Gerard's only got one ball left at this end. It's all about winning the end. Well, if he tucks this jack away,
2 green.
that's an interesting bowl actually, that, because it does give Gerard a bit of a shoulder. Gerard just plays a couple of feet on here and gets an edge off the bowl. It could take him to the jack. So there is an opportunity here, there is a chance. He's got to get it right, but there's a chance. Just hanging off.
First end, Ben Sherwin.
Confirmation of that first blood in the tie break to Ben Sherwin. Gerard Breen's got to win this next end to stay in this game. But we've seen how this game's swung round. Ben winning the first set, Gerard winning the second. Very important to both these guys. Know how much it means to them.
Jack length 27 metres.
Interesting, Gerard's gone for a 27 metre jack, not a length we've played in this game. That's trying to just catch Ben out. This looks a good line. Looks a great line. What's his length like? In fact, this is a length we should have been playing earlier. Very good bowl there from Gerard. Well, Ben won't want to be short with this. Turned his back on it, but it's better there than short, Ben. Depends on where Gerard puts this as to whether Ben might just have a bit of a dabble at this. Sure where that ball went. We'll find out in a minute. It's obviously gone deep to cover a runner. Ben's close with this. Ben's very close with this. Just needs to run a touch. What a great effort, Ben Sherwin.
1 red.
Have a quick look, please.
Yes.
Yes.
You'll probably see both players going up to have a look. Now Ben's staying back. He's decided what he needs to play. Ben might have actually gone to have a look at this, because if his bowl's actually touching the red bowl, well, this might change his mind anyway. Oh, you see Ben's bowl's just sat down.
One red.
Not sure of the angle of that now. I don't think it'll take the red ball out clean.
Have a look, Francis, please.
Yes.
Again, Francis making the right call. Things have changed. Ben's ball sat down. Such a huge thing to win one of these tour cards for these guys. I think that might just settle Ben's mind, that he just needs to play little adjustment on his last. I know in these nervy ends, a slight adjustment's not always easy. But that's all you need, Ben. Just a slight adjustment on your last. His track's good. What's your weight like, Ben? Didn't want to be short with it, so just slightly overplayed it. Just wants to look for a bowl probably down this right hand side of your screen. Ben might play a percentage bowl here and try and attack it. A bit of a hit and hope, but there's a couple of chances down there if Ben could sort of ease the jack back. Gerard needs to cover that side in case it comes out to a respot or down the back there. As you see, Ben's got the immediate back position covered, and this is a good bowl. Yeah, good position that. Well, Ben, your choice is either run into it to try and get something to happen, or just try and play the draw, having just missed it with his last. He might opt for the runner to try and shake something up. Again, as mentioned before, it's only who wins the end. It's not down to shots. Doesn't matter if he drops a 3 or a 4. It's all about winning that end. Well, he's gone for a runner. See what his face says. He's close to his own bowl, and that's why Gerard needed a bowl over there.
Second end, Jared Breen.
So we're going to the third and final end of this game, and it could be anybody's. Gerard's giving Ben the jack, so I think we'll go back to a 30 metre jack. And it's all about who nails it. This is the only end of a game where a player can elect to kill the end and have a dead end and replay it. So that means if the jack's hit and goes out of the side confines of the rink, it would be replayed. But to do that, he has to declare it to the marker. He has to say, I want to kill this end.
Jack length 30 metres.
So Ben's played his preferred 30 metre jack. All about who gets there first now. Looks in the area. It's not a bad opener. Good reply from Gerard there.
That's black, no short, Francis.
7 inches from jack high.
Down a good track again, Ben. All on his pace of this, I think. Slips behind Gerards and sits down. Might have just overplayed it.
1 red.
That's in a good position though, we can...
Yes. 15 inches on jack high.
Well, Ben, you don't want to be leaving this to your last bowl, and he looks on the high side here.
1 red.
So, Gerard, what do you do? Do you get one close or do you cover the back? At the moment, Ben's got the take out of the bowl. Well, Ben Sherwin, the man who won a tour card last year, has got 1 bowl left to keep his hopes
2 red.
alive of getting the tour card again this year. It's all down to this bowl, Ben. Big bowl here now. He's a confident player, so he'll be banking on himself to get this. Mind up, play the shot. On for a runner. It's very close. He's very close.
3rd set and the match, Gerard Green.
Gerard Green takes the tie break, 2-1. Thank you very much for your company for that game. The next game up we have, starting straight away, will be Roger Herridge versus John McCutchinson.
Well,
Please
just once more,
join me
ladies and gentlemen,
shortly for
give
the
both
rest of
players
that
a nice round for their
afternoon's
match.
game.
Well, gentlemen, you've given us a superb match this afternoon. Ben, commiserations. You played, if I may say so, very well, and you seemed to take the first set very well into the second set, and it seemed to swing Jared's way a little bit. But I didn't think either of you were playing that badly. But when you played like a running bowl, you seemed to be hanging off a bit.
Yeah, especially on the shorter lengths. Jared switched to the shorter lengths, I was playing the longer lengths and just struggling to find that line on the shorter lengths. That's where I knew on the longer lengths if I put it out it was always going to come back. But take nothing away from Jared, he played well, stuck in the second set, played well in the tiebreak, played some big balls when he needed to. Disappointed, but you know, qualifications again.
You say that with a smile, Ben. I've seen you about the circuit for quite a while. You'll be back, I take it.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I've had a taste of all 3 of them this year. and that's where I want to be back. So yeah.
I'm sure we haven't. Jared, you've come all the way from Wales. You left in sunny weather and you brought the rain with you. It's pouring outside. You must be very pleased with yourself after today.
Oh yeah, I'm very pleased. I think the first set I played better, but Ben he just grinded it out in the first set, and the second set I felt like I didn't play as well, and I just got through it. And happy to win on the tie-break, obviously.
Well, I was watching your face in the tie-break, and you may not have seen yourself, as it were, but I could see in your face you were really hoping, and you've done it. You're through to the next round. Once again, Ben, commiserations. I know we'll see you back. Jared, well done. Thank you very both, gentlemen. And we'll be a couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen, while the next match sorts itself out. You do need a little.
Yeah, yeah. All in the club school. You can't get it all off. Oh, so you ain't going off, yeah. Put the eye on the wrong place.
Ah, yes, Wayne.
Oh, I changed it. I changed it. It was the wrong way round, isn't it? I know. It's in such a long name, I know, I know. Joe.
No, no.
Yeah. Really? Oh dear.
Right, we'll just wait for my cameraman to appear. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, for your last match of today, there's a few of us left. Give them a nice rousing cheer. It's from Kent, English national title holder, and it is none other than Roger Herridge.
We'll rock you.
And up against him, ladies and gentlemen, he's from Scotland and also another national title holder. Let's give a warm welcome to John McHutchison. They've played their trial ends. We'll go straight into the match, and I hand you over to commentary with Janice Gower.
Well, welcome again to the Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters Finals 2015. I'm Janice Gower, and I've been with you all day. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage here on the World Bowls Tour YouTube stream. We're live with every match, and it's in full HD for you. And here's an interesting game. Both qualifiers,
24.5 metres.
Neither of them have experienced this level before. The set, the match umpires from the WBT having to swap to red and green bowls. It's all new to both of them, so we could have an interesting game. I was at both of the qualifiers. Roger qualified down in Bromley, and John qualified at his home club at Falkirk. They both played very, very well to get here. Might take them a few ends to just settle in. I'm sure Roger won't mind me telling you that he's one of the veterans of the game. He was one of the first ever members of the PBA going through the qualifiers, and this is the first time he's got to an event just after his 70th birthday.
One green.
Meanwhile, on a quick reckoning, I think John's about 20 years Roger's junior or more. Both very competitive, both played in the PBA events over the last few years. John's been regular at Falkirk, it's his home club. As I mentioned before, Roger was one of the first ever members of the PBA. Good ball in there from
2 green.
John. Our match officials for this game is marker Dan Blewett and umpire Mike Davies.
2 green. Three shots to John McHutchison.
And John sets off the scorecard in this first set of 9 ends with a count of 3. So the early ends, certainly for these two players who are new to this sets and streaming format, they'll just be settling in ends, the first few ends. And of course the live streaming here continues for you tomorrow morning at
Jack
10
length
o'clock.
28.5 metres.
When tomorrow we start into the second tour card. And the first of those quarterfinals tomorrow morning is a very, very tasty tie for those that want to tune in and watch. We have just recently dropped out of the top 16 Simon Skelton, who's facing up against Brett Arkley, a frequent qualifier at these events. And we go through for you again tomorrow afternoon as well. All the games are live and covered for you from this event, right through to the finals on Sunday evening. Well, Roger's got a good start to this end. Want to capitalise on that. Settle down and get another one in there. This looks close.
Two red.
And for those of you who like to know what the players out there are playing with, both of these players opting to play with the Taylor Ace model.
One green.
Great ball there from John McCutchinson.
No, it's 4 inches short of jack high.
Well, Roger's got a similar bowl in reply. Take out John's bowl. Little touch on the jack could get you 3. Well, Roger, you might just be under. John McCutcheon will be looking to put another one in the head here if he can. Just draw to his own bowl. Well, John's very close with this. Might have just took the jack there. We'll no doubt find out off our marker Dan Blewett what the situation is. Roger's having a close look at it.
One green.
He's managed to hang on to that one shot. Roger's got a nice little channel there to play down. Roger won the over 50s national triples in 2010, 13 and 14 and was runner-up in 2011. Very, very successful in the over 50s and over 60s events. Very competitive. And John won the Scottish 2-ball pairs national title back in 2003.
John? Yeah. One shot to John McCutchinson.
So John McCutchinson takes a 4-0 lead after 2 ends in the first set.
Jack length 30.5 metres.
That's a full length jack there from John. Both players here list football as their other favourite sports that they like to be involved in and watch. Roger's put in brackets afterwards, but I'm too old to play it. Great sense of humour. So been on the circuit for a lot of years. Loves his bowls. Roger, that just went against you. Slightly overplayed it, flicked the jack
Two
through
green.
to John's 2 bowls. Well, John's looking to just repeat his last 2 deliveries. Now he knows he's holding 2, he just needs to slot another in. Chasing this one up.
Three green.
Oh, great ball there from John. Roger won't be short at this, I wouldn't have thought. It's very close to the jack, very close. Oh, John's bowl's really spun. Stayed in. Not sure whether it's 1 or 2. To try and get something somewhere close now, John. So I'm not sure whether he's holding 1 or 2 there. Another one in the head would help.
Two green.
Marker down blue it, confirming there it's 2 to green. Still a bit of room there for Roger to draw. He was telling me earlier he's used to playing with Taylor Vector bowls, so these run a slightly different line to what he's used to. Taylor aces tend to swing that
2
a
shots
bit
to John
more.
McCutcheon.
Yeah.
So John McCutcheon takes a 6-0 lead after 3 ends in this first set. These games played over 2 sets of 9 ends and if necessary a 3-end tie-break. We've seen 2 tie-breaks so far out of the 3 games we've seen. Could we go to a 4th? So good line-up from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and the semi-finals and
length
finals
13.5
are on
metres.
Sunday. If you're interested and want to come down and watch this live, just contact the club here at Blackpool Newton Hall, who host this event, part of the Partingtons group. Roger just a bit of indecision there on who's playing, stood back off the mat, reset himself.
To green.
Roger needs to slip under his own bowl there, try and get a length bowl. Yep, get shot for him. A lot of room in that
One
head
red.
though.
One green.
Oh, Roger. It might have done enough to turn his own bowl in. Not the prettiest end of bowls that these two have ever played.
One shot to Roger Herridge.
That gets Roger on the scorecard. After 4 ends, John McCutcheon leads 6-1. Oh, Roger's taking the mat up here. Definitely going to see a change of length here.
Jack length 24 metres.
Yeah, short length jack there, 24 metres. Now it's all down to finding this length quick, nailing it. Looks down a tight line, that. Well, Roger, have you adjusted on your first delivery at this end? Just needs to slip past that bolt.
One green. Your shot bowl 16 inches short.
Oh, he's close here again is John. Just gets behind the jack and sits down.
It's close for 2, Roger.
He just got a very unlucky result there.
2 green.
Interesting choice of shot. Roger, you might have committed yourself here to have to play a runner again, really. Oh, nearly got a result off that bowl as well. Sometimes when you're a few behind on a scorecard, you start having to chase shots, and then things can go even more pear-shaped for you. The only good point about this at the moment is that that went well. We're going to a second set, which gives you the opportunity to get yourself back in the game. Well, plenty of room here for a 3 for John.
4 shots to John McCutcheon.
That 4 shots gives John a 10-1 lead after 5 ends in this first set. Very much in control now. 9 up with 4 ends to play. This is the last game today of the Co-operative Funeralcare European Masters Finals. This is tour card
Jack
1.
length 24.5 metres.
The winner of this game will face Gerard Breen from Wales on Sunday morning in this second semi-final of this tour card 1. The first semi-final is Greg Newton versus Gary Smith, which will be the first game on at 9:30 on Sunday morning. Roger, just got to slip past your own bolt. Easy reaching. At this stage of the game, he's really looking to.
This bowl
Count
is 20 inches short of jack high.
John McCutcheon just looking to close the game down. Trotting up after this bowl looks good. Just wrecked on Roger's last delivery.
Which is a shot with furthest back?
John plays out of the Falkirk Indoor Bowls Club, and Roger plays out of Folkestone. Probably couldn't get further clubs apart than those two. Oh well, that was a bit fortunate. He apologises for that. A bit of a smile off John there. These things happen in the games. Seen a couple today. The simple answer is he was far enough.
One shot to Roger Herridge.
One shot to Roger there. That doesn't help his cause really. It means after 6 ends of this first set, John McCutchinson leads 10-2. Roger sticking to the shorter length, but he really needs to be
Jack length 23 metres.
It's probably the shortest jack we've seen today, 23 metres. He needs to be picking up a count here though. He's 8 behind with 3 ends to play. Ones are no good to him. John McCutcheon firmly in control of this first set.
One red.
Well, I don't think either player will be too happy with this end. It tends to be at these stages of games where technical term is a silly end comes in. Roger desperately needs to pick up a decent count here, but also wants to settle himself before we go into the second set.
2 red. One green.
Well, Roger, playing to try and take the bowl out. Just played it just under.
Don't need to play the last ball. One shot in the first set to John McCutcheon.
So, John McCutcheon takes the first set, 11-2 after 7 ends, and we move into set 2. Of this 2 sets of 9 ends game. All of the players today have been slow players. We've got through the games fairly quickly. There's been some very, very good play, and we have similar tomorrow. Games on tomorrow. First game up at 10 o'clock is Simon Skelton versus Brett Arkley.
Jack net 24.5 metres.
And then continuously from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we have Steve Allen versus Pat Briscoe, Carl Fountain versus Philip Last, and Robert Chisholm versus Mark McPeak, the last game on tomorrow night. All of these games are available for you on the World Bowls Tour YouTube live streaming. And also if you want to come down to Blackpool to watch live, there's still tickets available. Looks like a good starting end here for John. Roger doesn't want to find himself on the back foot again early doors in the second set.
Half an inch past. One green. Two green.
John's certainly settling down to a good game now. He's used to playing on Falkirk indoor, which is without a doubt the quickest surface I've been on this year. It's a beautiful surface to play on. Very, very quick. This surface is longer than Falkirk and quite a bit stickier to play on, so it'll have taken John a little bit of settling into the pace. Well, that's one away, Roger.
One shot to John McCutcheon.
That means that the opening end of the second set, John takes with one shot.
Jack length 23.5 metres.
Roger's definitely settling down a bit better in the second set. I say these sets games, if you lose the first set, you can always regroup. Fresh game, second set. Get yourself into the tie break. That's what happened in the game before.
One red.
You say one red?
Yes.
Well, he said he was suffering from the shock of finding out he was actually holding shot. Just needs to repeat that delivery. Yeah, that could be two.
Definitely one, measure for second. One red.
My red on this side. It's shorter than Jack. How far?
No, it's 3 inches past Jack high.
It's past it.
Yes.
That's definite two, I think.
Two red.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Hello. Thank you. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, John. It's a nice draw down there. Resting any of those bowls of Rogers. Needs it to swing now, might have just overplayed it. A big chance for Roger here. He's underplayed this.
Yes, yeah.
2 shots to Roger Herridge.
Well, Roger takes 2 shots there, which means after the second end of the second set, Roger is 2-1 in the lead. I think he'll change this length again now. Needs to find a length he can settle on that perhaps shakes John up. And not a length again. The marker and the umpire out there. Know whereabouts these jacks have got to get to for them to be the minimum length. Very strong umpiring team here at the WBT. They're out there to keep the flow of play going.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
And also to keep us informed of who's holding shot, what length the jack is. Make sure that the rules are adhered to. At these Co-operative Funeral Care European Masters finals, we don't play under the shot clock, which gives the players only 30 seconds to deliver the bowl when the previous bowl comes to rest. In those cases, the umpires and markers have got to be very, very quick to aid the players and to keep the time going.
How short is Miles of Jackson, please?
10 inches short of jack high. 10.
Got to acclimatise the players to the main events. They play with red and green bowls, just to get them used to that step from playing with their own bowls at qualifier level up to the TV requirements we have here. To help spectators, we have red and green bowls, so it's easier to say which bowls from which players are closest. And John turning his back on that, wasn't happy with that delivery. He's looking to just tap his own bowl onto the jack here. Oh, great effort.
1 green.
John will just be looking to try and draw another into this bowl of Rogers. Try and put himself another one in the head. Yeah, very close with this. Yeah, this is a great bowl, John.
2 green.
Well, Rogers again looking to just push his own red bowl into the head. Might have just underplayed the line here. More chance for John to draw a third. Very deliberate delivery. John McCutcheon there. Very close here. Yeah, great bowl.
Three shots to John McCutcheon.
That puts John back in the front in this second set after 3 ends. He leads 4-2, having taken the first set 11-2.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
Well, John looks to have a good opening bowl here. Yeah, good start that. These guys, when they qualify, they start at 8:30 in the morning, finishing for about 10 o'clock at night. Very gruelling day of bowls to actually get to this stage. So when they get here, they want to make the most of the opportunity. Good line again from John. Roger might have just played under the line here. Needed to reach. If it had reached with
One
that
green.
ball, it'd have had a chance. Now, John, slight adjustment on your last, and you could tuck this jack away from Roger. If he opens up a lead here, might be difficult for Roger to claw it back. He looks close. He looks close. Oh, it's just finished short. Changes Roger's shot though. That's right in his drawing. This looks slightly under unless he's played it with quite a bit of weight. As Roger's a left-handed player, so he takes a slightly different line to the right-handed players. John's looking to just drop round that red ball, but he could just be over. I think he might have been taking a gamble there and trying to sit Roger's red ball out. Oh, Roger.
One shot to John McCutchinson.
So John takes a 5-2 lead after 4 ends in this second set. Well, this is when you start to think if you're out there, ends are disappearing away from you. Roger's now 3 behind. 5 ends left to play. Really needs to be getting into this game, getting it by the scruff of its neck and trying a couple of ends tied together.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
He wasn't happy with that one. The temperature will just be changing in there now. Going cooler outside. We didn't like this one. I'll jaunt it back, John. Not a bad bowl for one that he turned his back on. Yeah, the temperature will be changing in there a little bit. There's a few less people in the crowd. We're a predominantly crown green area here, so a lot have got league games on a Friday night. It's nice to see one or two have still stayed in to watch this. Well, he's close again here, John. Definitely the more consistent player of the two in this game. Roger really needs to settle. There's still time. There's still time. There's 5 ends left, Roger. All you have to do is find a couple of bowls. Meanwhile, John's just plodding along here. Another one here. All piles of pressure on. Oh, this is an arm loosener. He's got it. Well, sometimes if you think your drawing's not up to scratch, you just get your arm back and playing a runner. Just loosens you up a bit. Well, the jack must have gone out of the side confines of the rink, so marker Dan Blewett puts it back on the respot.
1 green.
The only time we have killed ends in these games is if it's the last end of a tie break and a player can nominate to kill the end. But apart from that, we don't. It keeps the flow of play going. Gives a whole new element as well. Because you've got to be able to do that. You've got to be able to play to the respot.
2 green.
That's a very good bowl from John.
Yes, it's 12 inches past jack high.
Roger looks down a good track here. All on his pace.
One shot to John McHutchison.
That one shot gives John McHutchison a 6-2 lead after 5 ends in this second set. And again, Roger's still got time. 4 down with 4 ends to play. Needs to count 5 over those last 4 ends to win the set. Tied set's no good to Roger, as John won the first set.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
One green.
Yes, definitely getting into
2 green.
his pace now. Definitely been the more consistent player here. Still time for Roger, but he really needs to count at this end to give himself a chance. Opting for the runner again. It's worked for him the last couple of ends. Oh, John's in a very, very good position here now. Yeah, opting to put one round the back. Be quite happy to score the 2 at this end. Now what are you going to do, Roger? He runs at this again and takes his own bowl out. It could be even worse situation, but he needs to count. Well, he's played the runner again. Down the other hand, looking for his own red bowl. Through into the head here. Just going to slip by.
Two shots to John McCutcheon.
Well, it's looking very dark now for Roger. John's now 8-2 up after 6 ends in this second set, having won the first set 11-2.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
Well, John might have just overplayed this, but he's in a very, very comfortable position at the moment. Doesn't have to do anything silly. Well, now there's a better ball from Roger. Oh, Roger, can you repeat and get another one in that head?
One red.
Well, he's given John a second chance. Like I say, John doesn't have to do anything silly here. Just has to try and keep the counts down. And what a
One
great
green.
bowl that was.
Do I have second and third?
No, you have second and fourth.
Well, he's going for a runner again.
You lied to me.
Well, if John holds this one at this end, give him an 8-shot lead with only 2 ends left to play. So 2 fours would not be any good for Roger, so he can't afford to tie this set. He has to win it. So it could be all down to this last bowl of Roger's. This is a very good bowl again from John. Great bowl there. Great bowl from the man from Falkirk.
2 green.
Well, he's looking at his place in the semi-final now. Can Roger spoil the party with the last bowl? Still a big ask. Still a lot of shots to have to count in a set to win the set. So can the man from Folkestone do something dramatic with this ball, get himself a shots count? Oh, he's played a runner.
2 shots, second set. John McCutcheon.
2 shots to John McCutcheon. He wins the game 11-2, 10-2 and takes his place in the semi-final against Gerard Breen on Sunday morning. Thanks for your company today. Please join us again tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
There's a few of us. Just give them a nice round warm applause. Well, gentlemen, it's both of you. It's your first time up here and coming through in the Master Series. I'll go to you first, Roger, if I may. Holding up the end for us elderly people is a nice way of saying it. But I can remember when you won and you were so excited about coming down here. Unfortunately, you haven't made it through this round. But in your own words, what does it feel for you, even though you haven't quite made it, but you came here to the finals?
I continue with the PBAs for that reason. I'm a competitor. I like to try and get here. And I've done it, and I'm pleased to get here. I'm very disappointed with what I played today, but I'll keep going and I'll keep trying. I mean, this year you met a guy who won this right in a lucky dip at Bromley, so... no, seriously, I love it. You know, I've been with the PBA for a lot of years now, and I'll continue with the PBA, and all the while I still feel like I can do it, I'll give it a crack. He was too good for me today. He played very well.
Thank you very much, Roger. Thanks ever so much. John, I watched you win, and you played blindingly. You've come out, you've performed again, and obviously through to the next round. And in your own words, can I ask what it means to you to actually get here and play?
I was delighted to get here. It was the first time I tried to play in the tour card this year, and it's on my own carpet at Falkirk, so big advantage. Thought I'd give it a go and make yourself in the first game, didn't I? No, to get here and to get a chance to get to 3 televised events, that's what we all play in the PBA for, isn't it? You know, that's what we all want to do. That's what I want to do, so fingers crossed. And I'd like to say commiserations to Roger. He played better in the spring with a practice game that we had earlier on. He said that yourself, but that's balls, isn't it? Yeah. That's the way it goes.
Well, again, gentlemen, commiserations, Roger. Well done, John. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and see you later.